Sir, and not a moment too soon. The skies over Garlemald are ablaze, but it's the events on the ground that concern me. As you will have heard, your fellow Scions arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greeting short after we received word from our troops out on the Magna Glacias that the Forum's airship had landed. It was then the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees come to no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we'll discuss it then later. I trust you're ready to depart. Earlier on the Magna Glacias.
No. 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 We were promised an escape. Not the same moon we fled.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense. How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
I can handle this pair. You?
Shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
As you wish, my little lord. I'll command the beast's attention. See to the wounded!
Help is at hand.
Leave it to me.
Let me move above here. I will do what you can.
Those who can stand, come with me.
Easy now. Deep breaths.
Everything is turning. All is lost.
You're safe now.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself, boy.
I don't like the looks of it. Stay sharp. You take the lead, I'll provide support. No crowd down from the shows very much. Starting to get the hang of these things.
But not hard enough!
What?
No. Don't. I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape! Wait, that's... Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then? In time enough to be of aid, for once. We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride! Of that I've no doubt.
The gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army. Oh!
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
We've lost too many already, Grah. Grah, with me! No way to break the transformations. Watch out, Alex. This one is not like doing.
I'm fine.
Not today.
See if I care. I won't back down. Alice, to the other side.
Finish it for me.
Ah.
I'm fine.
Not today.
I'm not done yet.
None to worry about. The air crackles with energy. Find cover!
As they say, turnabout's fair play. On guard!
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you, from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out! Get out of here! Quickly! I won't lose them! Not a one! This will be a brighter future! I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve!
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of Father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of her as it is. You mustn't let Eorzea's hero fight alone.
You've done well, my absence.
I can look after myself, you know.
Everything's in order, I trust?
I've had enough of this rabble! Come on!
Oh, a trio for the ages. Just the beginning.
I had a feeling I'd find you here. This should be the last of the worst troublemakers. With me!
You must pursue this country to safety. You must keep the beast at bay.
Leave the healing to me. I'm in your debt.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Sharlayan. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
Behind you! Just there!
More of them.
Xenos! Here!
You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship.
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying. Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is, and has ever been, my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry. Your passion pales before mine, yet neither hate nor despair seem sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So, I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about. Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us, not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing in the end. So much wasted effort.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Eulus, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, 'tis only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
But the final days should manifest here too. After everything these people have suffered, it's a fate cruel beyond words. Nevertheless, with allies old and new at our side, there is yet reason to believe, yet reason to be hopeful. It's been a while since we last spoke. For some time I was not myself. Lucy and the others told me what happened that night, about the events that took place while I was receiving treatment. It was only then I realized the lengths that you and yours go to. I know I might never be able to repay you, but I'll be damned if I don't try. Most of all, I want to thank you, all of you, for everything you've done and continue to do for the sake of my people. At the very least, I'm glad to have our own members are accounted for. This is the contingency base of operations, I take it. Although there will be time later to discuss your journey to the First, there's one thing I must ask. Did you perchance speak with our friends at the Custarium? Lena and Beck both warned me against overexerting myself. Strange that they would express such similar sentiments, identical in fact. Their advice is duly noted. Couldn't save them all. But if we arrived any later, it would have been a massacre. Things were looking bleak until you and the First showed up. To see Xeno standing there so uncaring and unrepentant. Gods, I don't know what came over me. Just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, looking back on it. I stand by those words. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again. You're standing busy by the time of the First. If you ever get more than a moment's respite. Oh, where is it? Page 3. What is it? It's 539. What's a big jump?
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Fortuneau Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuneau. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Sharlayan alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Any other, I would doubt. But you, I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait.
Did you hear something just now?
Oh, that's true. We go to have good hearing. It's pudding away.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night, and to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort. 'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Then allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed. So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Aetherius. Oriange made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Marvellous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Oriange's inferior works no more.
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Hydaelyn's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Oriange made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow! Well met! You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Hydaelyn's right paw! That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Charlian, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperics made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
May thy disciples banish this darkest nights.
I am no esteemed philosopher of Eld. Nevertheless, 'tis my hope that what little knowledge I shared shall serve them well, and perchance help save us all. Wilt thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
I dare say Master Fauchenal was as nonplussed as we to learn the identity of Highland's lunar custodians. As he will soon discover, they have much and more to offer the Forum. Tonight, I suggest we return to the Annex for we may yet have time to discuss the recent adventures ere we are summoned to the rostrum. Not that I'm complaining, Urianger, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. Extolling the virtues of Atheris, I did not inadvertently awaken the Lapras' desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Ral tells us you've obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I've news to share regarding our study with the Ethereal Sea, but your findings are certainly of greater interest, so I'd rather hear them first. To what revelations did Hydaelyn's Elphisfire lead? Then this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasha are one and the same, this all but proves Nidana's theory. We're an entity through sheer force of emotion to channel this vast dormant reservoir into a raging river. Its power might surpass even that of Ether. But if our star is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside of its influence and effectively manipulate the dynamics of the Great Expanse. Or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she had been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred, drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose, the destruction of the Theros. Then our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim, to defeat Meteor. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteor will deliver the world from the final days, but even attempted, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Meteor escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Vana, the woman who would become Eaton. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Eaton and the Vana you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I wager that Eaton possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Aetheris, not to stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Meteor? No, but Meteor is still out there. Aye, though not for luck of trying on Hadlin's part. Surely that's why she used me as a conduit for her will and provided clues such as the Elvis file. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. So what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Meteor. Naturally, her chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her nest. Then communing with Eaton must by necessity come first. Did you, Master Majorius, have any luck with your investigation of the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of Ironbald and other Echo Bay blessed allies, we could detect so much that was a whisper from Eaton, even from within the Antitower. Master Majorius is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the firm has found some other method for receiving instructions from Eaton. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the Ethereal Sea built closer to home. Sorry to interrupt, we just received word from the forum. Your presence is regarding the roster, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Their father was able to persuade them. Finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. It was Heidelin's commandment that, in the event of Zodiac should perish, the Labyrinth were to deliver the people of Aetheris from home. Though that be the limit of their duties, they possessed knowledge unparalleled of the Great Expanse and the means of its traversal. Should they be persuaded to assist in our efforts to reach Meteor, we would do well to heed their counsel. At first, I wasn't sure what to make of Hermes and his motives. It was like we discussed out the great work. When faced with the harsh realities of life, some seek the release of death, others grow defiant. They fight. Either way, it's over to choose. Well, that was a much quicker response than I was expecting. Nice to know that our efforts on the Magna Garcias didn't go unnoticed. Well, it's granted us the opportunity we've been waiting for. Though we know not of what information, if any, we intend to reveal. There's only one way to find out. To the roster. I hope you don't mind me staying behind while you attend your big meeting. The roster reminds me too much of Charlie and of the Supreme Scary Tribunal and Ishgard. Forgive me if I keep my distance. If you left for Garlemald, I went to Labyrinthos and tried to reach Hadlin using Elpis flowers. Alas, my attempts were in vain. I can only assume that she spent a vast amount of her power in confrontation with Fandana and is presently unable to communicate. Indeed, As her presence left my body, I could feel how faint it had grown. Master Matoya has suspected for some time that the Forum has been constructing a new facility for the purpose of surveying the ethereal sea. Of course, as the custodian of the Antitower, which would presumably be rendered obsolete as a result, she has a few things to say about that. Nothing that should be repeated in polite company, you understand. After sending Garhan and standing back to Gallimar, I stayed in Locus Manus for a time. Being an imperial province, it was already in turmoil with the onset of the final days. You wouldn't believe the difficulties we had overseeing the evacuation of the villages we visited. I have faith the detachment we left behind will continue our work and shepherd the people to safety. To what safety can be found at Endwalker to end. I think the Crystal Tower at first was capable of such feats as sending one soul to the distant past. The events you witnessed and helped shape may yet hold key to forestalling the final days. I'm reminded of our dear friends and the future I had made, whose selfless efforts saw the 8th Umbral calamity averted, in this lifetime, at least. Too much has been sacrificed for us to abandon it there is now. Is in session, and as such, the roster is close to visitors. Assigned at the 7th Dawn. Very well, you may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on one of the conditions you leave your armaments at the door. Lest you forget the sacred institution of holds rational discourse in the highest, and implements of war are expressly forbidden.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the 7th Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter. On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glacies. we shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat-Han was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This Ark, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational, and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the Anti-Tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself. Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms? "71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it. Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Espionage may have earned me the title of Archon, but I was completely unaware of the Forum's plans. There may have been clues here and there had I been out of mind to look for them. Contemplating that possibility only serves to further wound my pride. Not that anyone could realistically surmise that their brilliant stratagem was to build a giant ship, fly to the moon, a still larger vessel in truth, and use that to travel to another star. Even now, the whole idea seems positively absurd when spoken aloud. Perhaps Midgard somewhere were still alive, in the traditional sense that is. He could have offered to help the vessel obtain the necessary speeds. Then again, there's no guarantee his contribution would make enough of a difference today. The further we pursue the mercenaries of the universe, the more still will be comprehend the fortuitous nature of time itself. We measure and quantify it based on the observations of celestial bodies, such as the sun and moon, but from your account it is unclear whether the ancients viewed time in a similar manner. I mention this because while Vanan knew the final days would occur at a defined point in the future, she presumably had no way of knowing exactly when. Even so, the completion of the Forum's preparations to escape the moon aligning so closely with the advent of the final days is surely no coincidence. I'm a little vexed that we've yet to learn the Forum's replacement for the Antitower. Though I expect that in time they will share that too with us, with Master Matoya if they make any sense. Phew, well man, bringing up the issue of the Forum's incomplete progress was more than a little daunting. They were, to their credit, more quite open about the current state of affairs. And it was even more surprising, though, when they took Alvino upon his offer. Well, I very much take issue with the Forum's approach to selecting whom to say and when. You're not wrong for wanting to minimize potential conflicts. Fortunately, if this plan of ours actually works, the Great Exodus itself will become entirely unnecessary. Rest assured, I have every intention of honoring Acorn's decision. Sorry about not letting the rest of you know my mind. I was admittedly thinking on my feelings for the most part. But since we require both means of communing with Highland and reaching Medium, for a moment I saw involving ourselves in the completion of the argument as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the Ether. I'd like to think it is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an ether burn actually works before we attempt to improve it. His father seems so eager to help. Maybe we can have him educate us about the ether burn. As instructed, I shall take you to see the ether burn. Meet me outside the Archeon. I trust you can make your own way there. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Oddly surprising. Where else could you conceal such a massive undertaking? Intend to carry everything in the Archeon to the moon? They said they started loading scientific records and biological samples, but do they really need all of it? Some would surely object to the form allowing foreign elements to have them run their secret facilities. We should count ourselves lucky. It's been many moons since I last visited Labyrinthos. As fast as the Archives were back then, they've only continued to grow in the days since. It seems so long ago since we first set foot here. Where once we were refused entry, and we are now welcome as guests. Among the many and varied documents sent to the moon, I did chance upon several inventories made in the Archeon. Many of the Forum believe such records would prove an insight to the intricacies of clerical duties. Regardless, Loppers did consider them worthy of more than a cursory glance. And we have been granted permission to enter the lowest levels as proof of our increasing standing. Or that they have been willing to confide us into it sooner. I don't understand the appeal of reshaping it to look like the world above. Make your peace with it. What? Make your peace with what it is or go outside things out. Our destination lies in the lower levels. Forum in its wisdom has granted you wisdom to the access to the Archeon's lift. Set inside and have Ophaline take you to the medial circuit. We should use the lift, yes? I have sent your associates ahead to Logisticon Alpha, on the other side of the Mariel Argonauts. Actually, there's been something I've been meaning to. No, never mind. It can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. fields we passed along the way brought back memories of Ferndale. Unfortunately, we were never blessed with such abundant crops. We must be close to the central circuit, which is where Shadowland's greatest secrets are held. The tomes that Peruse told the whole story. On our journey here, it was filled with an inexplicable sense of elation to see vegetables other than carrots being cultivated. Why, it near brought a tear to mine eye. Knowing the Forum, even the people working down here are probably kept in the dark about the true purpose of this place. The further underground we go, the more surprises we find. I wonder if this place is actually full. Oh, there you are. Having worked with Master Frotion by any chance? We had to wait here while our father arranges us to use the next lift. Here being in Logisticon Alpha, where the atmospheric control conditions of Labyrinth are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as a vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of biological samples captured. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? My father brought me here as a child. What? And left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off to somewhere on with grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating, and I peppered him with questions the entire time. It is all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow nearer to the wondrous. But having gained an understanding to the complex mechanisms employed by the Labyrinth in creating a similar environment, I have come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean guardians of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiac, the habitations built for all mankind beneath the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. It is of no mere coincidence. Ever since Hadelin unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Atheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to the Labyrinthos, preparation for the Great Exodus. But that is not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Loppers have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Man must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I have arranged for you all to enter the central circuit. It is there that the most of our preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, are not subjected to such restrictions and will have free reign to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of the trust. Your trust. Then let us proceed. By decree of the Forum, the signs of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the central circuit. We might finally have the chance to commune directly with Heidelin, provided we somehow manage to succeed where Shalian's finest engineers have failed. Still, it won't hurt to have a look. This is it. Central circuit. Please tell me we're almost there. Or is there another underground level we must have to reach? There, even more central circuit, perhaps. The sooner we can get to looking at this ether burner of theirs, the sooner we can start to working on how to improve it. The farther down we travel, the more expansive the sky above becomes, artificial though it is. The heavens will also be so idyllic. I imagine the secrets kept here would be of great benefit to my own research, but I will refrain from indulging my curiosity for the time being. I have no ideas what makes Alpha so confident we can solve this problem of theirs. Unless optimism, I presume. Not unwelcome trait in youth, but not so less so in a gamble. Let us resolve never to let him set. Let us resolve to never to let him set foot in the gold saucer. The temperate environment here is not unlike the best way to burrow, though the diverse vegetation doth produce far more complex bouquet of aromas. A welcome difference indeed, for I have grown weary of the scent of carrots. The ether burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Kokol Danko, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. Surely the Forum hath already petitioned the aid of the Labyrinth, given their familiarity with such technologies. He looks lost in thought, although it seems that he's hit something of a stumbling block. Is he talking to himself? For closely guarded secret, you can practically see everything from the outside, even with the magical barrier surrounding it. I was expecting the Sky Seal manufacturer. Instead, I find a village smithy. While the many facilities of the central circuit seem to be visible from the upper levels, the more secretive work must be carried out behind closed doors. He hasn't realized we're here. Perhaps he has realized, just doesn't care. Perhaps you'd like to break the ice. This is the man we seek. Try not to startle.
I could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows.
Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean,
Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the ether burner conundrum.
Huh. Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the ether burner.
Aye, aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Labyrinth?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ends like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive cores from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
You want me to go and fetch the Watsons?
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours. What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward. This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-foot expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists, or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primer. Why the source my pack with the ether burner? And 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking, and I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
Appreciate you doing all this, but I ain't getting my hopes up just yet. There are no subcontracts branding the members of the Ilsabard contingent, and in many ways, it was even more loosely organized than the Crystal Braves. Nevertheless, I know none will refuse all this called arms. Truly, we have been blessed with trustworthy and dependable allies. Time and time again, it seems that again something or other are either the cause or solution to our problems. See, I think the self-same materials that once launched Dalamun will now be used to help ferry mankind to the moon. There's poetry in that. I'm confident that even with the deadliest of the elegant defense mechanisms on no match for our allies. At this rate, some of them might soon have been many accomplishments with their names of a certain warrior of light. Considering how much fuss was being made at the time, I don't see why he takes every opportunity to bring it up. It's just firewood. What serendipitous irony that the remnants of the Seventh Umbral calamity would become the keys to mankind's salvation. Never more certain have I been that of Master Louis Soir watcheth over us from the ethereal sea. Visit to Lafayette, now the found days. No one can accuse the Ilsawar contingent of backing down from a challenge. Of course, they were also committed to the cause when we first set out. But after seeing the example set by you, Alphinaud and the others, the change was palpable. They couldn't help but believe. It's times like these we're reminded of how famous or infamous Alphinaud has become. Who would have thought he could have achieved so much with a single link conversation? As you're expecting the rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I've also contacted my own that might be worth a try. Oh, who might that be? That's for me to know and you to find out. And on that note, I'll leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Viergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the stone torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade, clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it. The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our artificiency is so plain to see.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
There you are! We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already... Ah. That was a roar! A dragon's roar!
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honorable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite secular relics, We will only know if they meet your requirements once they have arrived. In the meantime, is there else we might do to of service? Ha! You've already done more than enough. I had to say, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about alligators. You there, the lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than the average skull. Ha! If only Master Corporal knew how right he was. While he and Graal had established a rapport, why don't we help with the preparations of the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond in terms of our arrangement. But I propose this not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also mean opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse. And if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you're a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Charlie and Hamlet is lousy with the researchers in the Scully types, busy consulting and preparing for the exits. That lot need all the help they can get. Well then, off we go. I shall endeavor to provide Master Coco with whatever information she requires. I'll admit, without refining adamantite, I got a bloody clue how else I would get the ether burner to perform any better. If you lot come with the better goods, don't come with the goods, we're buggered. Quaint little settlement this is. A shame it is hidden underground. In order to protect the secrets of the Central Circuit, these researchers must navigate a bewildering maze of paperwork before they permit to return to the surface. I suppose it's no different than any other aspect of Charlotte society. We do love our bureaucracy. It's very much a mirror of the city above, which is perhaps how it came to be called Charlie and Hamlet. Don't mind a bit of heavy lifting. Draw the line at paper. So much as wave a sheaf of documents, I mean, I'll put my last. As surprised as I was to learn about the foreign planets and everyone. I can't imagine how the common folk must feel about it. Do my senses deceive? In the shadow of the yellow corner. One can but hope this leadeth not to mischievous undertakings. So, a lot of the people actually live down here. Don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Scholar Montache mentioned. Let's start about asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. Let's meet with the Aetheryte once our work is done. You'll notice you roll way around about you that soon screams, I have an affinity for creatures of the wilds, and since I'm never wrong about such things, I'm not a troll. See, among the troops of trolls living in the outer circuit, I came upon one who was sick beyond measure. I took the poor creature in at once and saw him healed, of course, but when I attempted to return to his rightful home, he flew into a panic, as if he could not bear the thought of going back. To make matters worse, the troll saw fit to escape into the den of analysts. We'll go after him, but I'm so fump-footed that I scare him off like his mind to be torn from limb to limb from my pains by the fiends. So I turn to you. Would you seek out this troll of which I spoke? I shall provide you with favorite food, and with it you should be able to calm a piteous deed. Hopefully that will be enough to see his senses restored and for him to come hurrying back. And though I shudder to think of it, if any of those fell on me and seek to pin you or press for that troll, think those beasts will get them interference. And don't worry, you'll be rewarded for your efforts. It's a continuation that I want. The other Eaton quest. Helping with the arm. Even with the power, all the power Master Coco's managed to squeeze out Eaton, still not enough. Now I hear the calling days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. We begin to exit it sooner. People are dying, there will be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan, and all will be well. Look, he's returned. I can't thank you enough. I know they think they may not look it, but trolls are really quite intelligent. Indeed, they have are intrinsically part of the woodlands of Labyrinth, and they keep it healthy and thriving. Though we have a responsibility to put down more violent and really ones, most trolls, such as this one, are kind, docile things. Like my friend here has a real chance of becoming the leader of his tribe, perhaps even a guardian of the forest someday. It's we who saw these creatures removed from their natural habitats and relocated them within Labyrinthos. Thus, we have a responsibility to watch over them to ensure they are well. And it would be too cruel to dispose one simply because they're under the weapon. Ah yes, your reward. It's promised. Now then, it's high time I saw this fellow return to the outer circuit. Farewell, friend. Hello. You want to be helpers? I'm working with the Eaton. Oh dear. I hear things have come to stand on that front. Even so, I choose that over my current duties, checking loading samples day in, day out. It's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one would be cross if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. The firm's got enough on their plate as is. With deciding who gets on board with Ark and when. Lots of powerful people have opinions about that. Perhaps it goes out to Master Potion and all the others. Probably a moment's stress, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? To help. It's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents myself. It's mostly a list of things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever star we choose as our new home. Our duties largely concern maintenance of living conditions, so it'll be a lot easier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. Looking forward to finally meeting them in person and communicating with them in such limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I've not even the slightest idea what they look like. Look, they're not enormous lunar giants. Why, I would much prefer something small and fluffy, like a beheaded rabbit that ran by. There's a lot for it running around. Horrible. It would appear the Labyrinth have infiltrated Shalian's most heavily guarded facility. How I know that. What joy to sample the lights of it days. How marvelous to see you again. You'll be pleased to learn here that I've learned how much since our fascinating discussion at the Charactorium. It's all thanks to Orianche, you see. He's taught me about the finer points of cooking, which just had my name and I knew very little about. So many dishes, so many hard to pronounce words. Actually, I was rather hoping you'd show me how to bake an archon loaf. They're quite popular here, though it doesn't sound like it contains any flavor to speak of. So if that's the sort of thing that one kind of enjoys, I shall make enough to make it last the whole journey. Great, I wasn't expecting to see you here, Sarah. Sorry I didn't have a chance to say goodbye, and for having those other Labyrinths attack you. Total misunderstanding that. Not to worry though, I'll have since recovered from the ravaged savage beating you administered. They barely know elbow, perhaps a little on account of the savagery, but time heals all wounds, most anyway. Fancy meeting you here, Sarah. Our friends in the forum brought us here to see the teeny tiny toy boat, which is quite impressive considering that they're using creation magics. What we're really interested in is in the terrace itself, though we now find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the firm would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, by the time we prepare, they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around. Or at least that's what we were planning to do until we chance upon Orianche and your good self. Since you're both dabbling about, and that gave you an idea to chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun? Too busy to show us the sights, we'll find other ways to keep ourselves amused, don't you worry. Labyrinths. Unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and the best ways to it would be our best interest to have the Labyrinths acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by the Shalian collaborators. Fear, however, that continuing reliance upon my knowledge and knowledge would be risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Mayhap thou art better suited to lead this venture. What a marvelous idea! Might we begin with that big what's-it over the yonder? Ah yes, the what. I shall leave its explanation to Sarah. first technical expertise thought by our strip our own, we would be wise to allow them to form their own conclusions to the function of various apparatus, rather than our uninformed suppositions of it. Lesson of that is, unbeknownst to me, God possesses surpassing knowledge concerning the construction and operation of that shouting. That's it. My word, what a magnificent architecture! Such immaculate furniture! I have to make several adjustments to my word design to match this degree of craftsmanship. I shall leave no corner unlocked. Considering the seeming way growing with specialities, expecting to pay full attention to your explanations, which I am sure will be most informative. This is all intriguing, I'm sure, but why the food preparation station? That is, what is it, work for kitchens? That reminds me, Puddingway, our newly appointed chief of pudding research, discipline he himself founded upon after sampling Urianji's delights, has gone in search for a theorist's ultimate sweet treat. Well, provided it's a pudding, I see that's all he ever talks about these days. Have you seen him? Goodness me, to build something so large without creation values. It's positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to the most important features. It's a little hard to see from here, but is that golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? And I can see through that window of the metal pipe at the bottom. Ah, this means you purifying water drawn up from below. Is that water I hear from the inside of that great big tube? It must be because there's cogs in that gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. It's how they draw out the water. Sorry, some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it too. That looks like trees in Greatest Endsvale. Hold on. That's a bit strange shape. It's thin at the bottom but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced too. Now that makes sense. That's where they store the water. If I were hazarded to guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I know it. Design brilliant in simplicity. I dare say it would only take a moment to install even in the harshest environments. Rest operates, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is the utmost importance of any fledgling settlement. We have read how the people over there sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Many settlements in Thanalan are built near an oasis. So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear. I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water for keeping from drying out completely, but it appears they rely on far more than we anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order once we calculate the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning more about exactly how they obtain their water in the first place. Master Alpha knows, but the missionary responsible for that feat during our journey through the Logisticon did he not. Perhaps the Lopperites will share this operation for the engineering marvel. Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid! We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlie and Hal. I shall lead the way. You mean we would have to brave the untamed wilderness? I found it concerned indeed. You cannot help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with its big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of the settlement. We were not escorted here by burly custodians. I dared not to think what would become of us. Regrettably, to many honeybee predator, the aforementioned big nasty teeth loppers may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. I might oppose upon the assistance securing safe passage to lodge at the time Alpha. For my part, I shall act as escort to living way and cooking way, trusting way and growing way to thy care. More valiant protector they cannot wish. Godspeed. Just like the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beast. Come along, growing way. To the water extraction, Watson. Feeling the way forward is not as clear as you like. Could you go and take a look? Perhaps you can tell us that local beasties were not nearly as delicious as they might appear. Thank you so much. I really hope those water extraction watches is worth these harrowing experiences. Part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp. It's all the same to you. Moving, the building looks nice and solid and safe. That sounds very exciting, but I'd rather not do it again. Wait, how exactly were we planning to head back later? I've done so well to leave Sadie's to save her safely. They gave me a sketch at the best of times, so I'm pleasantly surprised they didn't run off and get themselves killed. Couldn't help but noticing the carrots along the way. Or maybe not the vegetables I expected to see, though I did get a glimpse of some sort of bipedal tomato trying to happen. That's in my imagination. My friends, I bid you welcome to Lodges to Khan. Our destination doth lie at the stop. Pray follow me. On this occasion, it would behoove us to seek the counsel of those qualified describing the workings of the apparatus. They may also be in possession of the schematics or other useful documentations of the lockers to request. As for the form's esteemed guests, it is unlikely they would be refused. Yet thou knowest as well as I in the changeable disposition of Shali and Barrow. What do you may I ask you, are we closer to the kitchens? Come to think of it, why am I even here? I'm as very manipulated to pardon my early speed, jeez. I As I understand, businesses like Labyrinthos are the exception rather than the rule. You don't all build a knowledge underground living spaces like this, surely? That was terrifying, but at least the scenery was more pleasant than Wasp. Go! As first impression with theirs was far from fair. Anyway, onwards and upwards. Quite literally, is the case here. Marvelous, simply marvelous. So this is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life, magically, artificially created. The knowledge you will gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your planet to inhabit. Apparently, most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're also very lucky that if there is just office to provide everything you need to thrive. Couldn't it turn out that way because there are the available resources, I wonder. Either way, nothing short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it. Let's study this primitive yet nevertheless intriguing contraption a while longer, apparently. If the Charlings were able to build something of this complexity with limited knowledge and resources, is most impressive. Sounds very wonderful, I'm sure, but I'd like to help you learn more when you've got nourishment fishing facilities. In other words, where's the food? I believe both the knowledge and principles you seek may be found at the Mariel Argonauts. I imagine seeing away and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus. Would thou be so kind as to start visiting Cologne there? Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Urianger was telling me. Even if the incredibly busy, if not too verbose descriptions cannot compare to the example even myself. Not to mention that theirs will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while being still tight. Yes, but no further delay. Yes, the heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our companion. I did love to try some, but I read those who help themselves to farmers' crops like nourishment are often caught and put into pies. After you ask me whoever's in charge to give me one of your farms a few samples. Ah, it's you, the one who climbed that down the mansion. I'm sure you're running, but I'm rushed by the fact that you're preparing for the access. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here. There, first on the moon and then whichever side of the fungus sites we become real home. Well, sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, better than waiting for 5 days. But no matter how carefully it's planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. The only ones we can take in is describe the new environment. So we're just do these things. Sorry, that's not what we came to talk about, is it? Don't be quite so dire, I assure you. I really wish to sample a little of your produce. By all means, help yourself. Just appreciate it, my good fellow. So what did you get? Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes. Let's see if they're delicious as they. So sweet, so sour. Tastes almost like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between its outer skin and the fruit are within most peculiar, but apart from unpleasant. Yes, I should keep trying them. Well, that's certainly giving me food for thought. The though in a far less versatile manner than any philosophers. Tell me, what is your opinion of grapes? I live in a volcano for a choice bunch. Yes, they're rather moorish, and from what I've read, quite versatile too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I recall. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. Orange by name, orange by nature. Who came first, the food or the color? Who cares? That's equal parts sweet and sour as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Oriange about expanding my vocabulary. I cannot simply find the words to describe it. Perhaps the one I'm looking for is bitter. It's all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices. And each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you turned your noses at me being nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they are, and they still are in my estimation. Let no one say I said otherwise. After seeing your carrots, I've yet to stand by any of the vegetables and see what's on that field over there. Are they some sort of enormous ground carrots? No? In that case, proper nomenclature is no less of a concern than the taste. Ugh, so hard and flavorless. I'm not to be chewing a piece of wood. That all will concern us. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures in masquerading as goodly carrots. Stop! Can't you see these are pumpkins? And no one with any sense would be trying eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it, cooking is a joy unto itself. Once more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. And perhaps eating these hard blocks of plant matter can be as delicious as the orange or salad. I wonder though, is there anything more delicious? How about that yellow fruit over yonder? Fragrance with luck to have flavors to match. As I've no idea how things are eaten, I'm just biting into it. Ugh! What the? Is this poison? A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can someone so similar to an orange be so revolting? It might be time before we run my palate recovers from this ordeal. Such as I'd best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. Just your thoughts to your liking. I'd rather enamored of the grapes and oranges. That's so the pumpkins I learned the hard way they're not to be eaten raw. Then there was lemon, the deceiver. I still feel so violated. First time, was it? I hate you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth in more ways than one, so I'll give you this lemon muffin night, okay? Doesn't change in my opinion, nothing will. More, have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be most of you to spare this opportunity to just get up there. Learn of your inscrutable ways. Throw a lemon muffin to your worst. This is delicious. Although I so detect the hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I wouldn't have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See, we rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a darn role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most resources at disposal. Sometimes, That can even be the difference between life and death. I know I won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Pharaoh had agonized over what was worth zero, and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but we'll make them the best of us or to survive. Such strength of will. Now I know what Hadlin sees in your kind. Mankind and the Lockwards were both born with a culminated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of the sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled basic requirements for survival, it will be inevitable to seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. It is the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations in time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred as their futile quest, and also often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect. To be content with what we have and to make most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Pardon my hours, but what some hell's on your own? And who are you anyway? Cooking away at your service. I'm here to prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many various species as possible if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course. I shall look for it. Well, this has been highly productive. Probably. Let's go see if Yorianchi and the others have learned run out of machinery to expect, shall we? Lunar Cloud. Not quite what I was expecting. This is great. I'm glad you enjoyed the lemon muffin too. Hopefully the next time you guys run, you won't be compelled to wax poetic about eating the black and carrot. Oh, there you are. Have the others finished talking about the rain-making watches yet? And cooking away band. The two of you were engaged in the pursuits of venation of nature. You should have taken me too. I am the leader after all. Not to rub it in, we had the most fantastic time while you were away. Rianchi was able to obtain meteorological data for us to borrow. Until we put my newfound knowledge to good use once we return to me. It's my duty to make your journeys as comfortable as possible, though there's no telling how long it'll be. 100 years? 1,000? Probably closer to 5,000, give or take. I couldn't waste broad brain, I can assume your suspicions of our success. That was most enlightening. Especially the part about the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know where that place is famous for cuisine? Home to the culinary skill and many less than Syrian staff. But that had time to visit. The more I learn of it there, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Satellite's orders are to flee, not to resist. But there's only some other way. The first time Orianji made pudding. Though I'm not sure how that was actually was pudding to begin with. Something about it seemed a bit off. So, just like time with Mariel Argonomics did bear fruit. Unknown efforts too were rewarded. We would not possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them and us for a fortnight. Last time I said without the essence. Let us return to Charlie and Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every allotment there. So further questions within my priorities to answer our lives. Why did I not ask Jackie how to make carrot muffins? We could have had baked goods bursting with happiness. Oh no, this is nowhere in particular where I was hoping. There's nowhere in particular I was hoping to go. Simply what you hear, feel, and think as much as I could possibly can while we're here. What's up? What did I say? No, this is so delightful, and with this much information, I can fine-tune the moon's environments for your people's comfort. Surprisingly tricky against me the appropriate temperature settings for being so lacking in food. Operates weren't for activities in stimulation, but I struggled to conceive of how to busy them while food. Yes, Sarah, that was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw them constructing environmental data of Earthers and Logisticon Alpha, that's why. And forests so lovely and so leaf. Are all your forests like that? You should see the forest of the first. One was purple. Star so beautiful, it comes as no surprise you were reluctant to leave it behind. So fool to think otherwise, to assume the moon was something to be proud of. How ridiculous it must seem to you, trying so hard yet achieving so little. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Thank you. How didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean that people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. And we can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Though, aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet to find another way to lighten their burden. Me? For you to use to people? I'm honored you think of me so capable, but I'm not sure I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the western plaza that were in the need of helping pile. Perhaps you might start with them. It's a good place, isn't it? Go. You best go with them. I don't think you're Arianji misjudged me. Arianji does look like he's some emotions. I still have to work deeply elsewhere. I trust I won't return back to the Hopper at 6 times. Oh, can I help you? It is you who would help me. And my anxiety so truly obvious. Burden shared is a burden eased. Flurry, tell us thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that the sum of the decades of Charlie ingenuity that is built with peerless, elegant technology, it's all true, but I know that's none of the guarantee. We've never launched a full launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it to the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage. But even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? If it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the ether burner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Now we're familiar with the most daunting technologies, and thus thou hold the power to allay his fears. Oh, I'm not sure about that, but maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you are especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform a task, for one. Devise a means by which to play gravities, a temporal spell to regulate the environment. But what if it's not long enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we left the star? Ah, cavitation. Maybe I can be a help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one big cosmos rather than separate places. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet if Thinker's tale be true, there still others would benefit from the insight born of experience. Let it prevail upon the Loppers to tend them. An excellent idea. If I do say so myself, there's naught we'd like to more than to ease the hearts of fine people but theirs, and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. There art thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek thee out the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall wait them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable locker. Oh, I do look so forward to that. A place for every locker and every locker in their place. Apologies, but I'm awaiting delivery. Whatever it is that happened. about to help you? I would love your idea. I do notice people becoming another tent, so I rushed out to pluck some fresh and kilos. No, we can only track down 100 or so cups. Don't you worry, I can manage. We plan to cheer everyone if all goes well. Worries, no, I believe I'm fine. Thank you. Been confident in finding my colleagues and self-alive. Can't recommend it enough. If anything was on the moon, I have no doubt that we can make it up there, but searching for new stars with part of the planet's that's often big. As to form, the only ghosts that collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't think you can say one of the areas. They see stars on gods know what. Made by the gods know who. You mean to say I can speak with them directly? Amazing. Hope they like questions. Bother me. Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like the voices played it on as a piano. I feel them, and these are drums and cymbals too. Consulting our collaborators. I suppose that would be more effective time than sitting here brooding. Attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consider consulting the fluid trips. Suppose the ether burner make our original estimates unfeasible. But there's certainly too many variables. Our feels like a bro will turn inside out. Perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight would constitute too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. Some of my perhaps I'm a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna brought it with us to the room. However, this is literally a few species still in debate, and I can hardly make a decision myself when I know so little about the environment out there. Including the law, for instance, discussions of water blocking. Absolutely will, thank you. Perhaps the biology itself might be opposite as well. You idiot! Have you seen the envelope lying about? This imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic I ordered without the bloody slip of parchment. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember what my damn envelope. I doubt there'll be more help than you. You've wasted enough of my time already. The end of the world is not yet. The work goes no faster. Schedules are temperamental things. Feasible one next, utter bollocks the next. And yet, I've never felt so alive. My God, it's much just tight. We're dying. This is what dying feels like. Oh, two-parter, I didn't see you there. It's no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we might need to depart any moment. And the whole I designed, and if the whole I designed buckles under the strain, the entire vessel will explode on launch, claiming countless lives from dooming all mankind. It's highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely. Highly. Our visitors can help me protect for structural flaws, you say? Highly wonderful. Breathing more easily already. Bunches of weeds in the ground, 56 bunches of the weeds, work one out, add to the mound, 55 bunches of weeds in the... I did your correcting my duties, I swear. I was unloading the break, you see, then I found myself unable to relax and going for a walk, then I moved to the weeds and... These are conversation partners, and oh so funny. Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax. Sirs, nay, there's no point in worrying at this stage. It will make the work go that much slower. My misery. Form can appoint someone else. Apologize, I don't truly know what to do. How am I supposed to point the palette of the arc forward falling apart under the pressure? You know a starship pilot I might speak with? Truly? Well, there's no time to waste. Anything can help me prepare for this monumental task. Think about it. Medical facilities on the ship, of course. Designed them with the assistance of our sages and Karujas, but I imagine every illness or injury one might face, and that great expense is beyond anything. To say nothing of the effects of living out there indifferently might have on the body. Cruise for the moon. Why did I not think of that? Where's the last one? Blasted assistants! Where have you all gone on a time like this? Beg pardons, but I had not the time to have a little chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that the ether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery. It seems I have to do so single-handedly. I swear, when I find those instances of mine. The lockers are willing to help. Why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked it 2 dozen times already and haven't slept in a week. Lazy sons. Sarah, he said he was quite glad we spoke, and he thanked me. It was worth it, all worth it after all, wasn't it? Even if the mistakes we made, because now we can tell him what not to do. Behold, Sarah, through thine efforts, word hath spread throughout Labyrinth, barely to a far greater number than we anticipated. Living Way doth gather more lockers as we speak. Shall assign each in accordance to the skills and that new boss of friendship magnet. Should greater matters require thine attentions, not thine intentions, watch over them completely.
Some rest. Why, I haven't spoken so much in, well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that, were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yeah, yes, I am.
Wilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
It hath been some time. 'Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
I'll say, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say, knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know, we always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy our daughter trusted and believed in more than anyone grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
hesitate to invite Loriange for a drink when we have a moment to breathe. We're long overdue for it. Then raise a glass to Moonbird. Oh, you must be one of the science ones. Thank you for caring for my daughter. The time she spent with you was all too short. I know she was proud to have you and pass the compliments. Loriange too, I'm sure. I certainly feel bad enough for knowing he has good friends to look after. See that he comes home from time to time. Classical, Rogadan languages in two are different from ours. Do you ever wonder why we named our daughter Moon's Bride? When we first held her, Moon was shining so brightly. The whole world seemed to glow. I knew I had chosen her. She would be a beacon in the sand, self-serving. Of course, we'd later hear from our fair share of jokes about how she ought to have gone for sun instead, with how bright and stubborn she was. Fire as my moon breeder was, kind and gentle. Oh, Sam, be assured that I am fine. I am. Full glad to see them too after so very long. Glad still that it was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, it would have been far harder had I faced them. That also my gratitude for lending courage to the Labyrinth. Not disposed to rest on the laurels, several of our guests have elected to come in and countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so shall I remain to aid the message. Thou art needed elsewhere, do not let the detain. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check in on Alice. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I would go myself, but we both know whose help she's like to score. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. So, pray, Mr. Stout, Alice, she hath taken up too great a burden, I think it. Living away I shall take to house. You're that adventurer who helped you out the students at Valdez, aren't you? I suppose the map's not too, but my son seems to run away. That's all the researchers live here. Ah, yes. Simply put, my wife and I worked at the Aporia when Chapman had conceived all this through living here in Shellingham. Sure, you had many simple nights wondering if you should quit the job to move Labyrinth or trust a child to a friend of ours who will also run more city. Ultimately, we decided to continue our work whilst raising a child here. For our research is focused on the very future that offspring will inhabit. The issue is, however, their magic that prevents us from revealing anything confidential to put into use on children. Of course, we can't allow the little one to run freely. There's no telling what he might impart to the others. So he's spending his entire life thus far within the confines of Shadowbringers now. We recently had a light spat with him and decided to free. Imagine me going after him and making these words. If you try to ask you to talk to him in my stead, I'm sure you must be willing to listen to anyone other than his parents at this point. Thank you. Rapala, my boy, is most likely to be in a positive state. Cannot imagine he struck out any further on his own. Who are you? I am not going to go home so easily. Probably you won't believe me either, but I've noticed not all is not right in Labyrinthos. Why didn't you try telling me first? Fine, I shall tell you what I've seen. The color of the artificial light here has changed recently. I'm sure most people haven't noticed, but when you spent your whole life here, the difference is like night and day. Even so, no one will take me seriously when I bring it up, all because of my age. Got in a big fight with Father about it. But Labyrinthos is in danger. Who knows what would happen if the artificial sun broke? Sorry I can't go home just yet. I need to get to the bottom of this first. Although I'm scared to venture outside my own. They say there's countless monsters out there. I don't suppose you would come with me. I could pay you. It's not much, but I do get pocket money from my parents. You don't need to pay me. I might. I thought you were different from the rest, but now you're treating me like a child too. It's the proper deal, right? You've got to take my money and make it a binding. Then it's settled. You are a visitor to Shallyan, aren't you? You do have the worldly look about you. As a gleaner, I, too, have journeyed far and wide. Tell me, where is the farthest you have ventured? Another world. Is that meant to be in jest? Look on your face tells me you're serious. Aye, you should do it nicely. You see, I am in need more of experience travel to say a prayer for me before I leave the Garabani. You do me the honor, the reactor operator by the tower to the south, so have a matching crystal prepared for the purpose. you're here for the crystal. I hope it does some good for the cleaner. Those folks need awful if they can get it. Lanterns light the way through the darkness. Tools can mean the difference between life and death. They are synonymous with safe passage, and as such, become accustomed in recent days to view these crystals rather than prayers of more seasonal travel. And today, that traveler is you. Sacrifice the crystal and pray for the safety of the traveler to be with you. A colleague recently told me about the power of Akasha. A colleague recently told me about the power of Akasha. A concept taught me runs at high, and how it reacts to strong emotion. One of this method of praying to crystals manifest that power. Well, that should be about it. Luck your prayers will guide the gleaner safely through the perils of this journey. Get the lantern crystal. You have my thanks. If the prayer feeling is light, I have faith it will keep you safe until our return. Now, goodbye for Girabon. Your travels are successful, as well as mine. What are you doing out here? No, I don't mind you helping with the bosses, but as far as the most exciting tasks, are you sure? Yeah, I appreciate the assistance. Let me get these to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples. Try not to be too rough with them. Alfredo should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. that veil with the others. You have my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? Ah, then I suppose we have Thanker to thank as well. We were wondering why we were tasked to bring you these boxes to Aporia to begin with. So was I. Turns out this is the base of operations of sorts. Those with final say as to what included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. That should be everything. You carried that all at once. Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh hush, the lighter than look, and not everyone has your delicate arms. Suppose we should let someone know that we're finished. Theo Paulden is in the car. We can report to him. Why didn't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance on this. Considering where we are, we might even learn something interesting. This must be Theo Paulden. I keep thinking we've seen him elsewhere, but I cannot for the life of me remember when. Samples from the Shalian Hamlet, series of 110. The carts are by the entrance. Ah, thank you. I was expecting one of my colleagues, but they were dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You're Portional's children, are you not? Alfanella Alice, service. You're like great father. Quite. I've been friends with your parents ever since the day of her days in the studio. I remember when you were yay high, wandering hither and thither. Certainly, you could. It's been quite some time since we met. It's good to see you again, holding your father's knowledge, no less. You knew our parents when they were young. What would like, pray, spare no detail. I should like nothing more than to regale. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and arrange the paperwork once for submission. We can help you with that. In exchange for the sort of stories that parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well, then. There happen to be three sets of documents in need of delivery. So how about each one? You each take one. Wait right there. You'll find former representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost of Hope I'm headquarters are waiting too. Never mind Alfanella Alice, you should know we'll be back soon enough. Are you not one of the signs of the Seventh Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on either bird. Theo Paulden's paperwork. It's been anywhere you had misplaced his quill. Appreciate you helping me seeking these documents to my hand at last. As for the other tasks, I keep this between us. I have some sincerely hope these science succeed. The Exodus is without a doubt the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, and so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Shaolin has never been a nation of the curious. It would be a tragedy indeed if we were able to once stymied in pursuit of the truth. Wicked efficient. I dare say you have a talent for this work. The twins' paper need only be delivered to elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning in a moment. We return with not a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons, you will note. You have both of my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. While even as a babe you struggled out of your swaddling clothes and... That is quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents we'd ask to hear, not to reiterate. Of course. I'd known your father for so long, I must have had something. Well, as you know, part of why they love you and gain such respect in Charlie needs a family's storied history. The two of you can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard the Neocrypt's Hope. The lineage you can. I never thought of it myself. Not so much that our forebears founded our nation. They were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it's traditionally a point of pride. This is why Neocrypt's pronouncement, renounce our ways of war and produce enlightenment through the knowledge of reason, has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, Archon Louisa looked not to Neocrypt's words but his deeds. He asserted, in defiance of his peers, that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of a founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations, that led him to conclude that the issue of conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. There will ever be conflict and calamity that will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those who one might conceivably say is not wisdom, is indolence. Remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louisa lived by that personal creed, and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlian or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Fortunato could not reconcile Louisa's deeds with the philosophy of his forebears and his peers, philosophy which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Fortunato agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. God's father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? Gods know what Fortunato's a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day. And that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born, barely recognizable he was, with that kind of dumbfounded grin I've not seen since he first took fancy to your mother. He's practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it. He loves you to an embarrassing degree. But he's also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that given action is for the best, he'll stay that course no matter who or what opposes him. I found the annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you'll agree. I'll say. Thank you for your insight. When we next meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to give me too much trouble now. I need the form on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to the proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We shall speak again later. Yes. Hell, you three. Gosh. Sure, Coco hasn't driven me out of the forge already. For better or for worse, no. However, he has set me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands. And here you are. I could at least use one of you, but I won't object to more. Fortunately, Alice and I have prior commitments, and we have delayed for too long as it is. What about you, Sarah? Can you spare the time? Perfect, this shouldn't take long. I'd just like to press the opponent for more revealing tidbits. We should be getting back to our tasks. It's strange to hear Father spoken in such a way, but I suppose he wouldn't judge me if he knew what I said. In the event that our, and I quote, promise keep of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky into my lap, Master Coco wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to handle at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs to keep the flames of Coco's forge to burn harder. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled to his furnaces. Flow of our aspect of ether in Labyrinth is regulated by elemental reacting software, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is one part then. We'll see you, Charlie and Hamlet, once the adamantite arrives. If not, look over. This way. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire to the output. When I do, rather large amount of more aspected ether will issue from the vent of the top. Expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which means you both would rather not be drawn into the reactor. Trust me. When I ask you to put down any that draw to you, I pose little trouble, I'm sure. Wait here for me. Did everything go smoothly out? I thought as much. No major complications inside And the water ether seems to be your preventing property. I expect Coco will have seen a difference in the scorched flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there's another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you and only you have been to help us. As we established, we find that adamantite is a product of Alec, of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It is a material which saw much use during as part of Alagan's efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world, Labyrinth, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Alec's empires to encompass the heavens and the stars beyond, perhaps the greatest of his infamous technologist, Ammon. Ammon wanted to travel to see the stars. Did you remember his life as Hermes? I believe he had his own reasons. No evidence to suggest that he retained his memories of his former life. He only joined the Assassins once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak, a natural disposition to which they are inclined? We know with relatively certainty that it was the gross decadence and the inexorable decline of Alec that moved Ammon to resurrect Emperor Xandy. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, and experimenting on those who deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. Facilitating Xandy's return, Ammon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had Xandy not been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Ammon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Ammon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And in both of them sought that meaning, that hope in distant stars. Such is my theory. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment, and yet. To reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel the ends of creation and beyond, to the promise of a hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we see how Coco is getting on? I did the early Coco on the refined adamantite's history. I only volunteered to go to the reactor because I was finished and there was no one else to do. Hopefully that dispels any rampant since I was kicked out. Well, I can feel those flames blazing from here. Glad you found some capable, Raha, but there's not much left for you to watch to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. I do trust you to deliver, boss. I do. Only, I hate waiting. I want the adamantite, and I want it now. Well, we share your patience, I assure you. So nothing else we can do to assist you in the meantime. I wish. This isn't about a barrel. Pity the forum frowns over recreational explosions. Well, so long as they can't prove this premeditated. Get you gone, I have mistakes to make. In that case, I suppose before returning the key to the reactor, I'll one more look to make sure nothing has gone wrong. Unintentional apologies. I'm certain that there are better uses for your time. I will join you in Charlie and Hamlet alone. I'm out.
All set, I take it?
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Labyrinth, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have, for the most part, been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryle. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested, with all speed.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamon shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. I played a vital role in keeping a lookout whilst our expeditionary forces secured the adamantite.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Saraban.
We come bearing relics both sacred and Allegan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of the Kojin. Upon learning of your need, Bunchin bade me deliver it on behalf of the Blue with all haste. Fearing I could not swim here with the necessary speed, however, I thought to beg our Confederate allies for aid. To my delight, Hancock was already preparing for departure at the self-same port, and had space for additional cargo.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenard Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture? When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coinkeeper knows a thing or two about spending. When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also had the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Mother!
Amelians.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And would be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste not.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways? Erenville, you were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryle after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlie. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless, undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters, though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guildship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon? And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
Sid, you brought the team.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
As you also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryl's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat Han not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimuld remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ashdaya's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Chris-Velgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, gave his assent. Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Fuck me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again. Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent. Think of how far we could go. What we could do with that much power. What we could blow up.
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me, as family. You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. It was love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming, and a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great Exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisoix openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Cartano. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong.
You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Amelians. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular. I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You have no small number of friends and admirers here after all.
With me!
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
Her throat from dragging so many people to Labyrinth. That only proves we've got our money's worth. I apologize for not informing you earlier for Annabelle's involvement. It was something of a contingency plan. Thank goodness we had him and his fellow gleaners out to hand, though. It would have been monstrously difficult to locate Sid and transport the Hanish delegation here otherwise. I had no idea how much of a waste of massive wood it was until he lifted it off my shoulders. But more importantly, its words for an affirmation on the path we walk is the right one. A path that we may have been satisfied so long. We have been satisfied so long as my family and friends survived the final days. But to save the star is what we all want most. And those same people believe that I can help them see it done. Who am I to say otherwise? Come what may, I will fight for this world of ours until the very end. I cannot wait to see what our friends from the Ironworks can do with the ship. I don't know to see another crate again. It'll be too soon. Unaided the science, we science could never have gathered such a fount. Refined adamantite relics, sacred and ancient alike. I found myself quite overcome. Lee sent a letter with her along with Gridane's contribution. It seems she traveled there to aid with their adamantite recovery. Evidently, journeying to Gridane was quite the trial. As was getting to the Dalmas shard, as was reaching its depths. I suspect she will have a few kind words to say about the Alleghanies when the next we meet. The time is coming, we're coming, Prize. Are you prepared? We finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued us an invitation. As was agreed, we will review the means with which Admiral may be counted. We're to meet him at Emporia when we're ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. Transpires, however, that the forum's method for speaking to her was not without risks, and I'm here to hear what those might entail. Regardless, you won't. Many of those who's arrived with Adamantite have offered to stay and see any remaining tasks that need doing. The forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you need be worried about it. Thank you, Tatar. We're off to Emporia then. Any of you getting hurt, but I do hope you'll wring as much information out of Hyland as you can. For all we know, this is the one and only opportunity you will get. Clara, I've already shown the others inside. We will want to speak with Clara. She has the key to the lift, and she can send you down after me. You're with Master Frosh now, yes? Just step inside the lift. From here, we proceed into the heart of Labyrinth. Closely guarded secret. Thomazine. It marks the beginning and end of our efforts. Once we reach the delve to seek the audience within Star, and once we will embark on our journey to Hades. This way. I bid you welcome to the Thomazine. Direct your attention toward this center and behold the arc of which we have long labored. As you can see, it was designed as a medium-sized craft to better reduce the fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust to rate ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. The ether burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall attach it soon enough. I've received word from Lakoko and several of your allies are working on it with intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. It was by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Hydaelyn ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. Generations labored for this end, and that we aim higher still. We must spare no preparation. That means speaking with Hydaelyn, no matter the cost. I can well imagine the zeal with which they're working on the Ether burner. All I can say is I'm glad we have something to do other than getting in the way. Once it's ready, we'll see to that the ship is put to good use. If meeting Hydaelyn proves sufficiently in full form, perhaps Oh, it is an unformed idea this phase, I'm afraid. I will duly inform you if anything comes of it. I doubt this is what Ambrell meant when he said that there remains much we do not know. But I still can't believe that everything was hidden underneath the city this entire time. We must learn Hydaelyn's greater plan. We can only hope to stop that she also knows the current location of it. And we can do neither if we do not focus on whatever child awaits us within. It was elegance who first combined the mechanical and ethereal sciences into a revolutionary design. Knowing that ship is nothing short of a technological marvel in that precise vein, elegance salvage should suit it well. With senior challenges most advanced and woven into the ship's very bones, Wolfson and Broida will doubtless call upon for their expertise in teleportation magics. You feel it too, don't you? The ship is impressive, but pales in comparison to the vast primordial power beneath our feet. I have done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? We will make for the lift at the center of this chamber. Come. As a means of communing with the heart of the heart, it is only mechanical design. I doubt there's anything wrong with worrying or not for Hydaelyn's champion. I'm feeling terribly nervous, surely not. We must employ a full cohort of engineers to maintain the lifts. Neither here is more brilliant than I've ever seen. This doesn't strike me as particularly dangerous, unless one is afraid of lifts. With the ship in the way, I didn't even notice this was here. I should have master functionalized and left one share standing at one summoning to the ethereal sea. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists the ethereal plane. What we refer as the ethereal sea, the heart of the star. The physical and the ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it is to become passed between said planes. We utilize this principle when constructing the anti-tower, and once more here in the Thaumasane. No sooner did the Forum decide that an exodus from the star would be necessary than it began work on this facility. Once we culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, such as Hydaelyn's ever fainter echoes. The Actioscope. And you communicate with her through this device. For a time, yes. But since the seventh temporal calamity, there has been rare to hear even a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than you have ever dared beyond the telescope. Even so, I make no guarantee that you will find her, nor over your safety, not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand. If we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. I know. Only wish I could do more than observe your progress from afar. The telescope's ocular lens by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard lies above us. Through it we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths there are pockets of ether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. We determine that you're at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket. We will recall you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remained here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there's an increased probability that we will extract you too early or too late. Please, allow me. I have thought upon this much, and in truth, I do not believe I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events at the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities to fire outstripped mine. This is no time to have a weak link in your vanguard, no matter how much she may wish it or otherwise. If I assist in the manner that Master Faustino has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust me to do so? I can think of none other I trust more, compared to all the effort you put into keeping us alive for our souls when we first. Preventing us from dissolving to ether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. And even if you did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. You flatter me, but rest assured I will be keeping a close eye on you all. There's one more thing. Those in ages past referred to the ethereal sea as the underworld, final resting place. Its embrace and its memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, so we believe. Yet, what of these memories? You think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on the ethereal tides. Some theorize they linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may coalesce around you for hatred or for love. Thus do I caution you to be wary, but also have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. Once you're below, you should proceed through the telescope to the central observatory. That is where their objective lens is located. You can manipulate it to direct an ethereal current deeper into the sun. Though I shall assist you in every way possible, this is your journey done. Already, interested. I hope to guide you by the link pearl once you're inside, but given the density of the ether, I'm not sure how long the connection will hold. Even if you can't hear me, however, be assured I am watching over you. But we've beaten them once, we can beat them again. I'm more concerned about our meeting with Hyland. We may find our truth, but what if... No, I'd rather not think on it. Let's move on. We have always tried to do the right thing. We have not always been kind or merciful. I should not be surprised if some few harbor resentment for us as they did as they passed on. We must face these truths and meet them as they come. I now understand why these facilities are so highly regarded. Fell into wrong hands or so highly could be dangerous. It is true. However, that dangerous is not compared to what could be resolved should the conflict of mass ventures and heroes be unprepared. But should they most certainly would, if that would allow them to be able to. Once that secret got out, no rational argument could persuade people from wanting to seek love or support. No matter how I hope to think of those who were transported in beasts. The ether was dissolved in nothingness, and the souls lost. Yet I dare say Fernandez saw wonders in the theory of sea, as do ancients who gave rise to Zodiac, setting in motion so many cosmic events. If there's justice and morality at work that governs our fates, I do not know it. Nor do I think any man will overlook. I've seen more than enough death in my time. Friends, enemies, far too many to count. Once, revenge is all in for. All that hate, all that anger. What good did it do? None, that's what. The way I see it, there's no point in living for the past. It's the present that needs protecting. Some part of them remains in the ethereal sea, do you think? Forgive me. That's not why we're here. No matter what happens, show us with us, with freedom, most of all. So tell us to live for the here and now, to do what must be done.